Alrighty, hello gamers. Hello. Is it time? I think maybe time. Maybe time to cook big time, man. So, we have simple plans. Main plan, right here. We're not gonna sit on some stupid dust animation for 2 hours, and we're actually gonna make some progress. That's the plan. That's all I want, honestly. That's all I can ask for. What are we talking about? Why C is sharp? Why is she C sharp? That's a good question. I think that's the way it's always been. Okay, first let's recall what we did. Let's recall the beauty that took me like 2 hours yesterday for no reason. That is the dust. Look at the dust. Watch the dust. Watch. There it is. Ooh. Holy. I can't believe this shit took me like 2 hours, man. It's like barely even noticeable. But okay, I mean it's kind of cute, right? You know, he's like kind of like grabbing you. It's like a, what was it called? Like an attractor ray, something like that. So I mean, it does what it's supposed to do. It does get stronger over time. I don't know. I guess they kind of like it. I mean, it really doesn't justify how long it took, but it looks kind of nice. Yeah, that's why I made it. So there's like an actual reason why you're getting pulled. And actually I think the pull is also, yeah, the pull is pretty strong. And I think I'm pretty set on the idea now that we're gonna make it the player can just enter the other dimension at any point. We still need like some visuals for that. But it still is gonna try to suck you in. So pretty much the idea is you can enter the other side once, but you're gonna get stuck there for like the rest of the mechanic. So you don't have to worry about like, ooh, what happens if the player goes back and this and that. I mean, nobody cares. Gravity crystal. I mean, it's the crystal of everything. Like, he just does what he wants to do. But yeah. Cool stuff. So, what do we start with? I mean, honestly, part of me is thinking we just do like some tiny little tweaks. And then we move on to a new pattern. So I think it is functional. It does what it's supposed to do. It works. I think the most thing, like the things that I hate the most currently about this, is first of all how stupid the sigils look. Like the colors are completely awful because I just picked 2 random colors in the beginning. And one thing we also need to consider, do we want to do something with the sigils later on? Like, for example, when like the rocks happen there, should they maybe like despawn all the fake sigils? Or nah? I'm not sure. I think that could be a nice touch to make them feel less static and more like an actual object in the world. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the colors that much. I mean, the pink ones are kind of cool, but like the green ones, they're a bit... I mean, I was thinking about like a shader for the sigils, but again, not that good at shaders yet, so it probably has to wait. Yeah, the green ones are awful. Don't know anything about this boss. Okay, so very simple. The main idea of this boss is it's first of all, it's supposed to be really hard. And second of all, this boss should have a lot of mechanics. Mechanics in the sense of, it's kind of hard to explain, like what I mean by mechanic. But you probably know the lunatic cultist fight, right? where it spawns like clones and you have to hit the right one. So things like that, where you kind of have like somewhat of a puzzle that you have to solve. This boss is gonna have a lot of that. Right, like for example, this right here, it just spawns 4 sigils, and it has 2 dimensions. So you can change dimensions, and it's also gonna have 4 sigils, but only one of them is in the same position in both dimensions. And you have to be in the correct position, otherwise you're just gonna die by the one shot that he does after. Right, so you have some time to like figure out position, and then he does the one shot. And if you're not in the correct spot, you just die. So we're gonna have a lot of attacks like that. We just have to understand this kind of puzzle-like attack. And it's also gonna have a lot of bullet hell aspects to it. Like a lot of just normal attacks. So it's gonna be a learning experience. It's definitely not a boss you can really first try. That is... I mean, I would be surprised if anybody would ever manage to do that, but... I probably did a bad job if that's possible. But yeah, it's like the idea. Because I didn't want to make like a normal boss, where it's like, it has like this amount of HP, and then you can overgear him, or this and that. Nah. So just have the boss there. You have to like play all the patterns that I want you to play. And yeah, we have like a custom damage system to make sure you can't cheese it. I mean, as you maybe saw, the damage number was wide. That means it's true damage. Like you literally, unless you're cheating, you cannot survive that attack. It always does exactly how much HP you have. But yeah. So that's the idea. So where do we do the colors? Probably somewhere in here. Okay, if we're on the other side, we do color somewhere. Okay, that's the colors. Which seem oddly specific. Why are they so specific? Huh. Interesting. You know what? Actually, no, the pink color. I think I actually used the color picker for like the pink tone of the original boss. So that would explain it. Actually, no, this is the pink one. If you're on the other side, use pink, yeah. So this one needs some work. So how do we like figure out what a nice color is? Hey dummy, hello. That makes grey mod. Who are you talking to? Probably not me. Online color picker? I mean, I guess, yeah. Probably the easiest way. I mean, pink does look nice for some scenarios. I also have pink. I mean, it's like one of the sigils. So we can't use that, unfortunately. Because they should have different colors. Color picker. But there's even one on Google. I didn't even know that. We do, yeah. I mean, I can show you. It's right there. We just need to do the weight stack to face over. And there's the pink ones. At least I would say they're fairly pinkish. Also, looking at this, I think we need to make them smaller. Because you can see how like pixelated the edges are. They don't really look round at all. Because we just scaled them up a bunch. But okay, let's pick some colors. What if we do some blue? I think blue could be cool. What is like the opposite of pink? I mean, it's probably blue. Blue looks nice. Or maybe like a dark purple. Make a custom sigil sprite. I mean, if you want me to draw something, that's not gonna happen. Even though blue isn't really a good color for something like that. Maybe if it goes more towards like red. Hmm. Gold? Gold could work, yeah. Maybe like towards an orange, maybe? A little bit. Green? I feel like green wouldn't really fit into this boss. And we can try good old cheesy gold. Sure. Oh yeah, true. Technically, the other side is already kind of green. I mean, it's not... It's like a very weak green, but yeah, it doesn't look that great. Dark mint, yeah, I'm not a big color guy. Okay, it does look better, I would say. I mean, I like pretty colors. I don't like naming colors. For me, most colors have the same name. Oh no, I'm getting sucked. Oh no. You can actually kind of go against it if you just fly. Oh my god. I'm stunned. This one? Yeah, it's a very bright green. I don't think that's gonna fit in very well. Hmm. Maybe this one should be darker? I think it's a bit too bright. Oh, does it look different? Oh, it kind of does, yeah. Like in the YouTube channel, it looks way different. It looks way brighter. What if we do like a dark cheese? An evil cheese, if you will. I think you're more right. I mean, they're just gonna make it more yellow though, no? I think it's already too yellow. I don't know, I think this is better. A little bit. It should be a little bit brighter again. But I think it goes in the right direction. What if we go a little bit more towards the yellow? What if we do this? I swear to god, if we're gonna sit on this for like an hour, I'm actually gonna lose it. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. If not, like the brightness should at least be a bit proportional to like the other one. Like this one is way brighter in comparison. Hmm. Maybe blue. I mean, what type of blue? Yeah, I also like the pink ones. I just don't really know which blue. I mean, I would tend going towards like purple. Maybe something like this, maybe? I'm stuck, man. Yeah, we see how this is gonna look. Ooh. Okay, I kind of like the idea because this one is a bit darker than the projectiles, and then this one is a little bit brighter than the projectiles. I do kind of like that. I mean, I think we can leave it there for now. The question is still, do we want to make the sigils like despawn after the rocks hit? Because I think if we do, we have to make the timing way tighter. Because right now you still have about like 3 seconds or so between the rocks and the wipe to actually kill you. I would just make them despawn very slowly, right? Because if they despawn exactly now, you have so much time to like look for the right ones though. Which is not the point. I mean, or what would be kind of funny if we make it after the rocks are gone and you didn't get hit by the rocks, you get sucked towards the closest sigil and just grabs you. If it's a wrong one, it just explodes or something. That would be kind of funny. But it sounds like so much effort and like figuring out like the animation and stuff. But we need to do something with them. Now that I look at it, why are we still drawing them? We shouldn't even be drawing them anymore, shall we? Where's the draw? Draw shield. If current attack is statues, draw statues. But we're in idle. Oh. Understand. Seems fine. I don't know. So I like the idea that the sigils actually have some more... like some more personality. That they're not just complete PNGs just stuck onto the screen. So definitely want to do something where like after the rocks pass, they like despawn, explode, something. Actually, we should also like give them an animation to like spawn in and spawn out, no matter what we do. You know what, actually, you're right, he doesn't go into idle unless we play the mech ride. Because he just gets stuck in this mech forever. You know what, you're right. Okay, let me actually try and play it correctly now. We have 12, 3, 6, 7. I think it's this one. Yeah, okay. Then it disappears. Makes sense. Okay, let me like give them a slight little spawn animation. Which is just gonna be some transparency color shifting, so it's not that special. So we look from color. No, from transparency to color. Let's say in the first second. Maybe? Oh, so we need to clamp this, please. That's gonna look horrible. It's a puzzle regarding symbols. Alright, sure. Okay, I mean, it doesn't look fantastic, but it looks a bit better. Maybe we do it a bit slow, actually. Okay, we would like definitely also need some dust, but yeah, I think it's good enough for now. I mean again, we have to come back to most of the text data anyway to like polish them. And we also need to like balance how many projectiles we're spawning, because I think we need way more. Okay, for now, let me also do some very simple dust to indicate what? Like the boss. I mean, I don't know how do we even indicate like the second dimension thing? I think we just have like a lot of dust around them, and then hopefully it's good enough. Which I guess we can do every single frame, right? Like from the beginning. Or are we not on the other side? Yeah. Okay, what do we do? Actually, maybe we also do it in there. So don't do it every single frame. Okay, every 5 frames to dust. Who cares? You can probably also just take a box around the boss. Right? Or do we do like some fancy circle calculations again? Let's just do some circle shenanigans, why not? I love my circles. Okay, position. Boss position. Plus a random point on a circle. What would the circle be? Oh, maybe like 500. And then we also want to have like some... Actually no, do we do randomize these? I would just put like some random value on top. Let's say like plus minus 100. Sure. Type. What's a good type? Maybe just take the same that we did up here. Take some Shadow Flame. Velocity, we can kind of do the same that we did here. Which is this. But without the minimum. So it's always going to end up exactly on a boss. But is this wrong up here? Ah, I can add up a value on a vector. But it does make sense, yeah. Okay, let's do times and then do it like percentage based. Like 0.9 or 0.1. Actually, no, distance is based on player. Oh, can't do that. Actually, direction also doesn't work. Okay, then we take direction. Oh, this one just takes a vector, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll see some randomness on the velocity. But do we? I think we need a little bit of randomness. Actually, I think I'm just gonna make some slower. So that I'm gonna end up like right before the boss. Because we have like this fancy calculation that makes it end up exactly in the boss. Normally, I think. Okay, let's see if that does anything. Oh, it only starts with the suck, right? But it's actually a bit too late. Okay, that's one very far and it doesn't even get there because the dust is too small. Okay, maybe just make the radius less. And scale a little bit bigger. But yeah, maybe using the same dust isn't gonna work. Maybe that's not a good play. I think we need more dust. We need more dust and we need bigger dust. Look, it's like barely moving now. I mean, it does get more intense over time, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, it's good enough for now. There is some indicator. Now, does it make it obvious that it's supposed to go in there? No. But I mean, it's a learning experience, right? There's on you to figure out. So I think we sat on this for long enough. So we will start something new today. Let me explain my ideas. Actually, I'm not even 100% sure how we're gonna do it, but we have a rough idea. One sec. Okay, so we have boss arena, which for some reason is a rectangle now. We have boss in the middle, boom, boom, boom. And my rough idea is the boss is gonna spawn maybe like duplicates of itself or some object or whatever. And it's gonna position them, let's say on the edge. On like 3 positions or something. And then the idea is we're gonna have like 3 waves kind of, where they show like different colors. So let's say this one has like a red wave, these have like a blue wave, for example. Right? And then it happens 2 more times and it's always random. One of them is gonna be red, the rest is blue. Basically the player needs to memorize the order of these flashes. And then after a certain time, all the clones, they start shooting little orbs that go towards the boss. And the orbs will not have a color. They will be probably just pitch black. And you have to intercept or pick up these orbs, of which the color was the odd one. Right, so in our previous example, I think the right one was red first. So we have to pick up this one. Then we have to go around the boss. Then we have to pick up this one next. And so on. And we could also have the same orb from the same thing multiple times. Actually, maybe not, because then we can just stand still, which is kind of boring. But that's what I'm thinking. And we're probably going to make it something like 4 rounds. Something like that. And like if you mess up one, the boss does a lot of damage to you. It's not a one-shot, but a lot. If you mess it up twice or more, you just get 1 shot. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So yeah. That is the idea. I think it's a decent mechanic. It's again stolen from Lost Ark very blatantly. From the same boss actually. But I think it would fit into this. But there's a lot of things to figure out. Now I did find a cool sprite, which I hope we can use here if we color it the right way. This one. Now it is a little bit low res, but it looks really cool. So I hope if we can like paint it very dark, it's still gonna look really cool. Like I'm hoping if we make it like very dark and a bit transparent, it's gonna look more like an orb than a planet. And if not, then I mean we're probably gonna find other use cases for it, because it does look kind of nice. But that's the plan. We spawn some things. They have some indicators. And then it's gonna attack the boss. The question is also with the indicators, with like multiple choices, depending on how long the mechanic should be. Like the initial way I drew it, with like these little waves, you pretty much have to go to like the direction of each single one to figure out what color it is. So you have to run around during this phase already. Or we could like make them shoot like some dust beams, right, that indicate the color. So you can just stand in the middle. These are like the two options we have for that. And I'm honestly not too sure. I mean, again, I like the idea of just making the player run all around the place, because the boss is gonna also shoot projectiles and stuff. But there's a lot of freedom with this that I haven't really decided on yet. But yeah, that is the plan. But anyways, I might be right back, and then we cook this up. Hello, hello, hello. Alright. It's time to cook. Boom. Massive wall of text. Alright, give me a TLDR. There's no way I'm gonna read, man. I can't even read. Oh, was that actually that much code? Holy. Oops. Okay. That is pretty much our framework. Beautiful. Okay. I guess the first question is, how many clones do we have? Like, I was thinking 3. Actually, I think 3 is a good number. Question is, where do you put them? Maybe just like random positions. Could be nice. Just spread them out around the arena. Connected dots, but you can't see where the next dot is until you connect the ones directly before it. Okay, but then what do the dots like represent? Because if you just put like random dots in the arena, like I don't think it's gonna look good. And it's also gonna feel very pointless. So we would need like some type of patterns or images, right? To make it somewhat logical. Those would be symbols. But what type of symbols? And it also sounds like a lot of hard coding. So we take these different symbols, we convert them into dots. Then the issue is we also need like different routes per symbol, ideally. So you don't immediately know what symbol it is. Any type, yeah, that doesn't help. Like I can't just type into Google, give me any symbol. It's gonna give me like street signs, right? It's kind of the thing I'm struggling with anyway. That's why I had to pick like the sigil texture, because it's kind of hard to like what do you look for these type of things? I mean, it sounds like a decent idea, but there's a lot of it that is very uncertain to me. Especially like what the replayability would be. Because it does sound a bit hard to make it randomized. Besides like picking a random starting position, I guess. Even though then you need to make sure that it's all pretty much one big loop kind of dots. So you go from the last to the first and so on. How do we start? I'm thinking we just randomize initially which positions we pick. So we kind of just have an... I think it's the first time that I'm going to use an array. What would that even be? A tuple? With 3 ends? As an array. But it actually works well. Actually, we don't even need this. We can just make it int. And the int just gives us the location. Right, so for example, if we have the numbers 0, 1, 2, that means the first orb is going to come from position 0, whatever that is. Next one, position 1, next one, position 2. We call it orb order, maybe? Which should be very easy. Definitely easier than like the sigil stuff. We just say orb order at I is a random int from 0 to 2. Right? 0, 1, 2. 3 possibilities. Yes, if we do this, we can pick the same spot multiple times, which I don't think I want to do. So maybe it's not that simple. Oh, it's exclusive. Oh, so we need 3. So it's 0, 1, 2. That's what we can do if the random value, so first of all, if I is greater 0, and the random value is the same as the previous value, right? Then we need to change it somehow. But actually, can we just do random? Is random plus 1 mod 3? Also, why is... What do you mean unnecessary assignment? What does that mean? No, it's not. But plus plus is wrong though. Okay, brackets do matter. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't like the assignment. Because I never use it. Oh, that's fair. Change value if it's same as before. Right, but it makes sense. So we pick a random number, 0, 1, or 2. If the number we picked is the same as the number we picked before, then we add 1 and we take mod 3. So if, for example, we pick 2 and we add 1, we're 3, which is not a valid position, which means mod 3 makes it 0. Then we should have 3 random positions. Cool. Okay, now what? Let me do the orb stuff real quick. If I remember how to do it. I don't think I remember how to do it. Actually, I can. Boom. Always forget about that. What is it? My boss, assets, orb. Then let me just draw it 3 times. Okay, actually let me copy this, because I always forget what the parameter order is. Also, we probably need the other sprite patch as well. It's pretty annoying. Okay, position. That is actually a good question. What would the position be? Actually, no, we also need to determine this in the beginning. But do we only randomize the angle? I mean, we just need to randomize a starting angle for a 0. Then we just jump by a third of a full rotation. Yeah. Missed the explanation. This. There it is. I mean, you're gonna understand really soon. If this picture doesn't fully explain it, even though I think it kinda nails it. I mean, it's kind of obvious though, no? Okay, the short explanation is we spawn 3 things in some locations. They're gonna have an indicator. One of them is gonna be different than the others. It's gonna do this multiple times, let's say 4 times. You need to memorize at which position and in which wave the color was odd. And the boss shoots orbs. Or like the clones shoot orbs towards the boss. And you need to intercept the ones with different color. That's it. That's the idea. Hey Dimitri, hello. Actually, I can actually show you guys where I got this from. Because I also stole it. Because that's what I can do best. Give me 1 sec to pull this up. What's written in C#? Yes. Let's see. Can I find it? Is it this? Okay, I found it. So this is where I got it from. This is how it looks in Lost Ark. You have like the boss in the middle. You see it in the top right. And you have like these clones. They're gonna have like these waves around them. Actually, I kind of skipped the waves. Is it here? Kind of skipped like the indicator phase. Come on. But there it is. Okay, then go back. This should be it. Oh yeah, there it is. So it spawns these clones, and then you have black, red, 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 black. And people need to type out which color is on their position, and then they need to block the... I think it was the black ones. I forgot. It's been a while. And again, important is the projectiles the clones are shooting all have the exact same color. So if you missed which ones you're supposed to block, right? They all look the exact same. They're all black. You need to memorize which one is the right one. And if you fuck it up, I mean the boss wipes you, of course. That's it here. I'm using Visual Studio Code, which is different than Visual Studio. But most people use Visual Studio for Terraria mods, if you want to be more like what the normal person does. Don't have memory section in bosses? Eh, it is what it is. But the thing is, I don't think I'm asking a lot. I don't think I'm asking for a lot. If you memorize 3 or 4 positions. Right, because imagine if you have this right here. You memorize something like left, up, right, left. I think that's doable. I think it is. Like for me it depends. One example of a memory boss I hated was the avatar of something. What was it called? From Wrath of the Gods. And what I hated about it wasn't the fact that you had to memorize, like where he dashes towards you. It was the fact that you had to memorize like 8 directions. I think that attack would have been really cool if it was like 4 directions. I think it really depends on like the number of things you need to memorize. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a 5-head boss. If your memory is too bad, you can't memorize 4 things, then yeah, you're done. It's over. Bro, you know what? Oh, I actually kind of like that idea. What I'm planning on doing, like all these mechanics that we do, they're probably gonna happen in a random order. What if I make like one phase after the absolute last desperation phase, where you have to like pretty much tell the boss in which order the mechanics happened. And if you mess up the order, he just kills you right at the end. Bro, that would be so funny. And then at that point, the mechanics are like 5 minutes in the past. If you make the boss long enough. Oh, that would be so funny. That would be so funny. Okay, start angle. I think I'm just gonna do it in radians this time. How do I get a random angle again? I mean, I guess I just do it the pathetic way, the casual way. Huh? Oh, it's me. Oh, maybe that's why. Radian? Angle? I swear to God, that was a random angle. Was it circular? Maybe it's circular. Oh, I think it's this. Or not? Oh, it's a vector. Okay, you know what? I don't know. Just did this. What is this? Memory tag should be halfway. What does that mean? I mean, I don't know. I don't really agree. You can also develop the memory aspect. It is harder, yes. But I think the reason you say that is because it's not really a skill you get trained on a lot in most fights. If you know there's an attack coming up and you have to memorize something, you're gonna focus more on memorizing and you get better at it over time. But again, I'm not asking a lot. Like, you guys are pretending like I need you to remember 10 things. It's not that complicated. And I mean, again, this boss isn't going to be for everyone. Like, that's the way it's going to be. Like, I know that. It is what it is. And I mean, again, I don't see a reason. I mean, would you be against it if you need to memorize either 0 or 1? Would that be too much? If you need to memorize one number, is that too much? Are you never allowed to memorize something? And then I would ask you, are 2 numbers too much? I don't think they are. Same with 3. Should be possible for everyone. I mean, it depends what the goal of the boss is. I just want to make a hard boss I think is cool. I mean, again, it's not going to be a boss for everyone. And again, I am convinced most people are able to train their memory. Especially if it's something like this. And again, also the boss is supposed to have like unique attacks. I think something like that is unique. Like, it's not like the main aspect of the boss that you need a 5-head Omega Giga Brain memory. But again, I'm not even expecting you to get everything right. Like, currently, I'm thinking if you mess up one, you're not gonna get one shot. So yeah. I mean, to be fair, you can make the argument the previous attack is also kinda memory, but different. I would say the previous attack is more about... how to describe it? It's like more like short-term memory. This one is a little bit more in the long-term memory. But it's gonna be simpler, I would say. Exactly, like I hate it when you have to remember a lot. I think that's unfair. I agree. But again, I don't think I'm doing that. And if I do, then we just nerf it. I mean, it's that simple. Might it be good for design? I mean, that's quite literally the point of this boss. That it's going to be a very hard boss. Not everyone is going to be able to beat it. That is the point. I mean, if you can't go by the idea of making a boss that's very hard, you can never make a boss that is very hard. I mean, that's how it is. Like, you can't make a boss that's for everyone. It's just not. That's just how it is. So you can either make a boss that is very bland, that is for everyone, which I would argue is a lot of the vanilla bosses. Or you make bosses with like a lot of depth that are going to be way harder. But it's also going to be only for like a certain number of people. But okay, let me actually do some progress for now. Start angle times op order at I. Actually, no, we can't really do that. We need start angle plus... Maybe that's not a good way of doing it. Divided by 3 times this. So, wait, we have a random angle somewhere. And we need to calculate the other 2 positions. Hey. Which I mean is just 2 pi divided by 3, right? So we convert this. But wait, we know the start angle. So what we actually want to do, we take the start angle where is it? Math, hello? Jesus. 2 pi. Divided by 3. Times I. Okay, doesn't make sense, sure. And then we convert this to radians. Actually, no, this is radians. We convert this to a rotation vector. Then we give it a radius. Let's say 500. So we cut this into 3 pieces. We multiply by 0, 1, or 2. We also need to add the boss position. I think that's it. Doesn't the final boss on Wrath have a memory attack? I don't know about the final boss. The second final one has. I mean, it's fine, because then this is 0. But then we still have the start angle. So if you multiply by 0, we get here, by 1 here, by 2 here. If this works. I mean, this is a goddamn mess, but... sure. Just shouldn't call this radius. Let's call this Vicus Orbs. VO for short. Okay. We trade through the orbs. We get the orb position. Color, I mean, we're just gonna make it simple. We say if the orb order at I equals I, meaning this one is the special boy. Just say we make it red, otherwise make it blue. Rotation doesn't matter. What? Is that a texture size? Where what? Texture 2D. Oh, just the texture. Oh. Okay, let's see. Actually, we also need to make this an actual attack that can happen. That would be helpful. But we really need to clean up the main boss file, man. This is a goddamn mess. Can you stay alive? I don't know if it's worth, man, just to watch this mess. But I let you enjoy it. Trust me, man, I barely know what I'm doing. Okay, we need this. We go from idle to orbs. Okay, let's see. Is something gonna happen? Actually, I think I messed up the loop in the drawing. I think it makes no sense what I did there. We have 3 red ones, but it looks kind of cool. I think it also... yeah, we have the zoom issue again, which is fine. We can fix that. Yeah, the boss is shooting something. That is very true. The angle should change. It does. Okay. Yeah, I fucked up the coloring, which makes sense. Also, we don't want the boss position. What do we? Actually, no, let's do the boss position. Who knows if the boss is gonna like dash around before. We wanna look at 0 if this is equal to I. Because every slot in the order tells us the index of the clone that's going to have a different color. It's going to be like over different waves, kind of. And it should only be 1. Yeah. Alright, I mean, we have something. I gotta say, the red one actually looks kind of cool. But the blue one? Ooh, what is that? Okay, we need to fix the zooming, man. I hate this zooming issue. It's so annoying that I have to do this. I mean, again, it doesn't really matter. Like, they're all gonna be black anyway. But it does make it harder to, like, use for future things. Rather than studying German. Ooh. Understandable. German is not a fun thing to study. Hey Frank, hello. We meet once again, indeed. Came just in time to witness the orbs. Or the moons, I guess. Aren't they beautiful? It is the red one. I think the red one actually looks kind of cool. But I would say the fact that it's kind of low resolution isn't even that obvious if you color it. I think it just gives it a little bit of texture, which honestly was exactly what I was hoping for. I just want a little bit of texture on this. Also, distance should be more. Could it be double? How about 800? Okay, what am I doing again? What I want to do? Oh yeah, give it like actual colors. So instead of red and blue, the final color would be... I don't know if this works. This is something like this, maybe. New color. Boom. This is what I'm doing. Purple and black orbs. I mean, you changed that, because now we're working on this attack. I don't think there's any man on here, I'm gonna be honest. They're all just big orbs. Big all orbs. Let me check, is black 255? Oh, it's 0, 0. Why is it so bright? Because actually I have to be 0. Bro, I don't understand how transparency works on this, man. Oh, that was a bit more ominous. Wait, that reminds me. We don't have to do this here. But there is a transparency option now. Am I stupid? Okay, maybe stupid. Is that not a transparency? Really? Unlucky. Oh yeah, also we need this. Boom. Beautiful. That should fix the zooming issue. Which I don't know why this is... Why isn't this default, man? It makes no sense to me. Makes me kind of upset. Actually, let me maybe see. Can we figure this out with the color picker, maybe? Maybe there's a better way. But I mean, I had it at like 30 all, and it was like pretty much the normal color, just very transparent. So weird. Yeah, it could be a bit confusing at first. If you're not familiar with the Terraria framework, yeah. I mean, it's a bit weird. Because you have like this magic object that you need to like draw stuff on, and it's... I don't know, I'm not really familiar with it, but that's how it is. Also, that looks horrible. What do you mean 10 to 10 works? For some reason. Maybe I have to recolor this in like GIMP preemptively. Doing this in-game may not be the best choice. You know what? Maybe let's do that. Let's see if we can cook this up. There it is. Yeah, I mean, I do want to get better at shaders. But it's a little bit of a learning curve. Okay, how does this look? Oh! Oh my god. How do you make it go very dark and ominous? It's more like gray. Ooh, how about this? Ooh, look at that. Look what I found. A black circle. Beautiful. You wanna get a visual to the code? Eh? That's a good idea. Yo, Faulty, thanks for raid. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? We're currently doing some crazy recoloring. Which honestly isn't really working at all. I mean, we don't need to get like the final thing, right? We just need something that kind of works. Maybe something like that? So Terraria decided to raid kind of based. They make our own little boss. Let me actually take this. Let's call it Orb 2. Boom. So we're currently working on like a new attack for the boss. We're not that far. It's just spawning 3 textures currently. But I can show you guys what we cooked up before. Which looks a little bit better. Not crazy, but better than this. But what were you guys up to? Also some Some Terraria coding or something else? Yeah, what we did before is the boss just spawns a bunch of sigils around him. Like boom, 4. And after like a certain time, he's gonna start to suck you in. Very slowly. You get like ported to a different dimension. There's like 4 other sigils. And you need to figure out the sigil that is on both dimensions. And if you don't, you just die. You just get one shot. Because that's what he does. What is not mentioned? Why I presume the yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what you mean, Frankium. That is a bit too complicated. With some rust-related stuff. Oh. The colorful A in the right place. I mean, it's a literal rainbow crystal. I mean, it doesn't get more colorful than that. Oh yeah, we're just making slow progress. Still trying to like figure out the basics of like a lot of the things we're gonna do. But yeah, it is kind of fun. I'm really glad I started modding Terraria. Okay, let's see. Did we cook with our colorization? When did I start modding? Probably like 6 weeks ago or something. Maybe 2 months. So I made like one other mod before this that I published, and I wanted to make a boss. Because I had a lot of ideas that I thought were kind of cool. But I'm not super experienced. I'm still relatively new. Oh my god, bro, I can barely see them. Jeez. But so far it's really nice. I was like, I'm very used to like normal programming, where, I mean, it has nothing to do with games, right? Meaning all the results you get, it's just like numbers on a screen. But actually coding something and you have like visual output is really cool. I love that a lot. And like often, especially when it's like a completely random result that looks really funny, I love that stuff. But why is it so bright? This one is so dark, but this one is so bright. Oh, that's what I mean. Requesting gore. Yeah, I've never done anything with gore. Yeah, all good. I just don't have any experience with that. Like, sometimes it's very weird with, like, finding textures. Also had some issues in the past with, like, boss icons. Like, having this stupid icon on the map, it took me so long. It was so weird to figure out. You have to use C#, yeah. There's no alternative. Unless we want to go like completely overboard, somehow figure out how to request parameters from like Python and or like a different programming language and then ship that over, and it's probably easier to just learn C#. Why is it so bright? I don't get it. Is it getting so bright because it's so transparent? It's so weird. C# one of the hardest. I mean, it's one of the harder ones, sure. But it kind of depends like what your whole scope is. I wouldn't say it's that hard of a language. Like the only reason it is hard to some degree, I would say, is because it's object oriented, which is a bit less intuitive initially if you don't know what that means. But I wouldn't say it's that hard. Maybe you're thinking of C++. C++ is way harder to get into. At least I would argue that. Yeah, sure, man. Thanks for the raid again, and have a good day. Hope you're having a great day. Oh, bro, I can't figure out why it looks so weird. JavaScript is one of the easiest to learn. I mean, I've never actually coded in JavaScript, but intuitively I would have said the exact opposite. JavaScript sounds like one of the worst languages to learn, just because it's so counterintuitive with most results. I don't think I've ever heard anything good about JavaScript. I've only ever heard bad things and unintuitive behavior. That's all I ever heard from that. Bro, why does it look so weird? Can we just make it more black in here maybe? Exposure. Oh. I mean, we can kind of cook with this, I feel like. I mean, the thing is, maybe I have a bit of a skewed perspective. Because I did Java for like 5 years before I ever touched C#. So for me, it was really easy to go over. Because it's pretty much just Java, but nicer. And again, we also won't really say Java is that hard of a language. It's just very strict. Right? And it has very annoying syntax. But I mean, the thing is, what you're saying with like AI and vectors, that has nothing really to do with C# though, right? Because that sounds more like, you don't know, like the mathematics and like the game development aspect of it, right? Because if you would code in Python, you would have the exact same. You would still have to deal with vectors and rotations and all that stuff. It would just be slightly different syntax. Make it grayscale? Let me check. Maybe contrast is the way to go. I mean, it looks so greenish. What are vectors? Oh. You may need to do some math research. Vectors is like half the game pretty much. I mean, the short explanation of a vector is if you, for example, have the vector 2, 3. Right? Just imagine it just holds 2 numbers in one place. And the way you would visualize it, if you have your coordinate system, it would simply point at the position 2, 3. That's like the most basic explanation of what a vector is. It's just a position. But there's a lot you can do with this position. Because like, for example, what you see me doing a lot, oftentimes, I don't actually want it to point here. But what I want is, I want to know the direction to this point. So I don't want this, but I want this. Which is like normalized around the unit circle. So it's, yeah. I mean, if you're completely new with like the... Oh, wait, I'm not even showing paint. Oh my god, what the fuck did I draw this for? I was like drawing all this fancy stuff in here. But it's pretty much just like a point. If you have like the vector 2, 3, it's just an arrow pointing to this position 2, 3. Basically. But there's a lot you can do with it in a mathematical sense. But yeah. What I miss? No hit Yaron pre-Moonlord. Nice, man. Good job. But I mean, the good thing is, with like vectors and all the math part, if you're completely lost, you can ask ChatGPT about stuff like that. Like, since it's very basic stuff, he should be able to help you a lot. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, it depends what you want to do. But if you want to make a biome, it's probably not that important. But as soon as you do something with projectiles or velocities or movement, you're gonna have to deal with vectors. I mean, let's look at like this code. How many vectors do we have? Okay, every direction is a vector. Every position is a vector. We have another direction. Velocity is a vector. We have directions here. That's a vector. Scale is also a vector. More positions, more directions, more directions, more positions. So there's a lot of vectors. But I mean, the thing is, if you really want to get into modding and you don't know any of these basics, I mean, you can definitely get into it. You definitely can. It just depends like what your goals are. Maybe you don't immediately start going for like making calamity level bosses. Right? But if you slowly start getting into it, set like realistic goals, I mean, you can learn it. A10 too. You don't even really need it, do you? I think the only time I needed it was when I wanted to make something rotate towards a position, which there are literally just functions for. I mean, maybe there's still scenarios where you need it, but a lot of the scary things, you just have methods that you can just call, and you don't have to think about the math behind it, which is great. Especially with like all the cosine, sine, angle stuff, bro, I'm just lost. It definitely needs to be more transparent. Actually, we were looking at this. That's what we did. Just got revealed to coding. Wait, so are you also new to coding in general? Or just to like modding in like C#? Because if you're completely new to coding, maybe you want to start with like some very simple things, so you understand like basic coding principles. Because you're gonna need the basics at least. I would highly recommend that. I mean, the thing is, it depends on the libraries you use. I mean, even if you use like C++ or Python, you have libraries for anything, pretty much. But the nice part is about tmodloader, you just have all those libraries through tmodloader. So you don't have to like deal with any of that. So let me just start from the beginning. Oh no. But what is a value invert? Oh oh shit. Castle? Yeah, I've never heard of it. But I mean, the thing is, do you know the basic things? I mean, yeah, like, for example, data types. Or what are loops or classes? Or arrays, lists. I mean, maybe arrays and lists are a bit more advanced. They're not super basic. But like data types, classes, and loops, you should feel confident with those at least. Or at least understand how they work. And then you can like play around and figure stuff out. Yeah, the moon looks pretty cool. I like the moon. It's just kind of hard to like get it to look the way I want it to. Pretty hard. What if we blur the moon? Or what if we give it some shadows? I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay, shadow highlights maybe? No. If Terraria had a Momos, yeah, that would be crazy, right? That would be wild. Bro, how do I make this thing darker? There it is. My god. Oh, flashbang. Okay, let's try this. That if I give it, you know what, let's just do color white, and that should simply mean take the original color, right? At least I believe that's how the coloring system works normally. Come on. It's still so bright. Okay, we just need more transparency. That is no issue. This can't be that hard to figure out, man. Okay, now it's too bright. Oh my god. Just make it dark, man. But if I do like 50, I don't know if that's gonna work. Let's see. So the example mod copy paste. Hey, if it works, it works. I mean, for me it depends. Like sometimes I actually want to learn how the stuff is supposed to work and stuff. But sometimes I'm like, okay, let me just copy paste. I literally don't care. I mean, again, if you're really determined to like get into programming and modding Terraria, I mean, you can do it. If you're willing to spend the time. Like, it's not this impossible magic thing only people gifted by God can do. Right? Coding is copying code until you learn it. Something like that. Okay, what if we make this go lower, but then we give it more opaqueness? I mean, honestly, the regular way is very ambiguous nowadays. Like, half the people nowadays, they just copy-paste from ChatGPT. I mean, honestly, I'm the same. I'm gonna be honest. I think it needs to be brighter. Because it really just looks like a black circle. There's like no texture to it anymore. Eight hours? I mean, that's a question. Like 8 hours total? Or like per day or per week? I mean, 8 hours total could be insufficient, but if it's like in regular intervals per day, I mean, you should be fine, yeah. I mean, honestly, you can probably get all the programming basics in one day if you put in that much time. I mean, of course, it depends like how good you are at understanding how the computer is gonna think. So it may vary. But it's doable. Especially if you already have like some knowledge with like Scratch-like languages. I mean, it's very different than normal coding. But it does teach you like fundamental ways of thinking. Well, honestly, maybe they're gonna look better if they actually start moving. I mean, I would also love if there was like a little bit of randomness, that it doesn't look super circle-ish. I don't think that's something I can do. So I would love to have more texture. I mean, it's already really hard to see on the original. What's the goal? The goal is to have, ideally, we have 3 mini clones of the boss in 3 positions in the arena. And they're gonna signal different colors, which you have to memorize, after which they will shoot all of them, simultaneously. Will shoot orbs, which we're making right now. These things, they're gonna shoot them. And you will have to intercept the ones of a different color. Or in short, do I still have the drawing? This. That's what we're gonna do. I mean, honestly, man, I think I'm just gonna leave the circles for now. I mean, that's not the main point we care about. So, we need 3 phases? Let me think. First, we're gonna have a certain number of waves. Then we're gonna have the orbs. Then we're gonna have the potential wipe pattern. That is pretty much all our mech is gonna do. Which means we start with the indicator. Whatever that's going to be. I think we're just going to make lines of dust for now. And we're going to do something. If attack timer. Let's see, how long should the indicator phase go? Let's say for testing purposes, 15 seconds. which is 900 frames. And let me actually get which wave we're in. Or index? Maybe just call it index. Whatever. Okay, and we call this with attack timer integer division, but by 300. First time in my life we actually need integer division here. Right, so it's going to be 0 if attack timer is less than 300. It's going to be 1 if it's between 3 and 600. And it's going to be 2 between 6 and 900. So we have like 3 distinct phases. I mean, it's crazy. It actually has a use sometimes. Isn't that crazy? Difference of vectors and coordinates. Vectors are more versatile. So for example, in this example, where we have the vector 2, 3, they represent coordinates, but they don't have to represent coordinates. It's like, for example, if you have a circle, actually maybe circle isn't a good example, but if you have a player, you can have a vector that describes your velocity, right, which would be something like 20, 30, whatever, which tells the game, okay, you're gonna move 20 units in X direction and 30 units in Y direction every single frame. Right? So it's not actual coordinates, but again, it's like this idea of an arrow that points somewhere. Or for example, you could have a vector that's like something like this, a number between 0 and 1, and it just points in a direction. Which, if you're gonna do stuff with velocities, oftentimes you don't care about like the entire thing, but you care about the direction. Because then you can multiply this by, for example, 20, and then you have this vector, which is just, hey, go in this direction, but at a speed of 20. In this case, yeah. It would be move 20 units in X and 30 in Y, if we're talking about velocity. Even though technically the drawing is incorrect, technically it would be like this. Because the coordinate system starts in the top left. So this is the origin, right here. I mean, it's actually not weird. That's what most games and like graphic APIs do. Right, and down here you have like 0, 100. You have like 100, 100 here. And 100, 0 here. So it's also something that could be confusing. But vectors can be a lot. I must do that, yeah. Sounds rude. I don't think it changes the meaning that much. But okay, based on the indicator phase, we go through. It's called like wave index, whatever. Or border count. And we just need to differentiate if I is the same as orb order at wave index. And if that's the case, we look at the odd one. Otherwise, we look at the normal one. I only just need to know if coordinates and vectors are the same or not. In Terraria, coordinates are vectors, yes. There's like some exceptions, which honestly, I'm not really sure when that happens. I think it was during world generation. Yeah, in world generation, you do stuff with tiles and potentially an array, a two-dimensional array, to specify tiles. But in 99% of situations, if you want to do something in a position, it's a vector. But it's also important to know there's two different coordinate systems. Actually, maybe even three, if you want to count it, in Terraria. You have like world coordinates and you have screen coordinates. Which is something I struggled with a lot coming in. And I mean, it kind of makes sense once you get behind it, but it was really confusing. Because I mean, world coordinates, I mean, it goes from like 0, 0 to, I don't know, like 10k, 10k. Where screen coordinates, they go from like 0, 0 to, I mean, your screen resolution. What is that, like 1920 by 180? And you need to know how to like convert between these two. Which is really simple. But there are some weird things sometimes that can happen. Like, I remember struggling a lot with this stuff sometimes. It's simple, right? In theory. But again, you need to know what needs this, what needs this. Because sometimes you call a function, it wants coordinates, and then you need to know, okay, what do you pass it? I mean, honestly, you can just try it out, see what happens. But oftentimes you put something in, and it doesn't render, and you have no idea where it is. And then, is it this? Is it a different issue? Did it despawn? All of the above? Who knows? Alright, Frankium. Have a good day. And thanks for the good luck. I'm sure we can cook this up. I think the way we're gonna do it... to find like a dust color for now. And we just change it based on a case. So we actually don't need these. So let's say... actually no, maybe just do dust ID. That's easier. And assume my beloved fireworks. Oh, it's an integer. Yeah. Of testing and failing. Yeah, it's gonna happen a lot. But again, the good thing is you get visual feedback. Like oftentimes you can figure out what's wrong just by looking at it. Which is a lot better than a lot of other types of code where you write something, it looks like it's supposed to work based on the numbers, and then it's wrong because you use like a wrong formula somewhere. What if we do? Maybe 10 dust, sure. So I should probably grab the orb position. What am I doing? Or pause. But let's just call it position, because it's not going to be the orb position, technically. It's going to be the position where the clone is going to be. You know, I mean, the function is called orb pause, so whatever. Put an I, yeah. So, we're going to do some vector stuff. So we need the direction. What the? We need the direction from the position to the boss, which is hopefully in the middle by then. And we spawn it at the position plus direction. Actually, oh, we can't do it like that. Doesn't work. Yeah, good night, man. Good night, and good luck on your coding adventures. We need to know the distance as well. Actually, distance is constant. So distance is just the radius we put in here. So we do direction times the distance divided by j plus 1. Actually, I should just start at 1. Yeah, makes my life way easier. Actually, no, we need to... No. Do we multiply this? Does it make sense? Actually, it does make sense, yeah. Okay, and hopefully we should have some visuals going on now. Actually, we're still drawing the orbs, which are gonna be kind of weird now. I mean, the dust should come out of the orbs. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's look very weird. But it should change. Yeah, I know there's red. I mean, it's completely scuffed, but I mean, you guys get the vision, right? Kind of. And then I'm gonna disappear. Boom. It died. Okay. What is it? Why would I always mess this up? Oh, we just compute this step once. That's why. Just divide the radius by the number of steps we want to have. So in this case 10. We do times the step. Maybe do like 20. That should look a little bit better. But I'm still not really sure how you want to make the indicators happen. Okay, now it's completely broken. Why is it a perfect square now? Or a rectangle? How did I manage to mess that up? How does it even happen? Wait, so we have the radius, which is like 800. Divide by 20, which is like 40. So we say the dust is at the initial position, which is in the orb, plus direction times 40. How is that wrong? How is that wrong? Parentheses? I don't think so. It's so weird. Integer? I don't think it is. Oh wait, actually? I mean, it is an integer division, but I don't think it matters. So we divide 800 by 20. So it's an integer no matter what. But I guess we can put it into a float, sure. But it shouldn't be the issue. Or at least I don't see how. That is very interesting. I just can't understand why it's like a perfect little rectangle. Something with vectors? I mean, it probably is. Wait a minute, we never used J. Oh my god, that's why. It still doesn't really explain this rectangle, but it explains why we don't have a line. Like we just said, hey man, spawn 20 dust in the exact same spot. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Okay, I mean, it's a start. It's a humble beginning, if you will. No, I had nothing to do with the dust. Was my bad. Okay, I think it looks cute. If we juice this up to like 50. So let's just make a variable. Number dust. As in this case, we should make sure there's a float. Actually, no, doesn't work like that. Wait, huh? Why is this a floating division now? What am I doing? Honestly, I don't even know. But I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be one. It's weird. Talking about the rectangle. If you mean that, I think it's because of the dust, yeah. So I think it's evenly spreading out in all directions. I mean, looking at it, it kind of looks like it's spawning a source in the middle, and then it just like spawns sub-dust particles in all directions. So I'm kind of noticing the fact that we start at 1 and not at 0, because it doesn't start in the middle. Which could be an issue based on the texture we're going to choose later on. I don't give the dust direction now. I do not. And we can see what happens if we do. But I would assume it's the same thing, just like the source point in the middle moves. Let's say velocity direction times 10. It could actually look kind of trippy. Nah, 10 isn't that much. Oh my, that looks cool. Oh, actually, I saw this behavior the other day and I kind of got confused. Like, why is it going down? I do not know. It looks interesting. This says gravity. I mean, we disable gravity for the dust, but it seems like the dust that the dust is spawning has. Or something like that. I don't know, it's kind of weird. But actually, if you look at this one is just a straight line. I think it may be directional. Yeah, this one doesn't have any dust. But yeah. But okay, for now, it's fine, that works. I mean, we're still more about like the general idea rather than like the actual implementation. Like we have an indicator, that's cool. So if our indicator phase, that's fine. And then we check if attack timer is... I guess greater than like 1,000. And less than, I don't know, 2,000, whatever. Then we kind of do the same. I don't know, shoot orbs, whatever. But actually 300 doesn't really make sense. I guess it would be 333, I guess. Honestly, this one is actually going to be really easy. This one just changes... Oh, we kind of need to change our entire structure if we do that. We need to memorize the position for each spot. We can't just have this. Unless we have like a percent... Now we still need to memorize it for all. I mean, or we... or... Now we need to memorize something. Okay. With this, we do cool stuff here. After I take a quick break. Very bit. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. So what are we doing? We need to shoot the actual orbs. Okay. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna do the naive approach for now. I think we're probably gonna have to come back to this later. Maybe do it in a better way. Because I'm thinking what could be kind of cool if we memorize like all the parameters for all the orbs and we can like individually change them. Even though the only thing I really care about is like rotation. I kind of want to make them rotate a little bit. But it's kind of boring if they all rotate the exact same way. I mean, you know what, that's fancy stuff. We do it later. Nobody cares right now. So we have the order of orbs, which just tells us in which sequence, which of the clones is gonna have like the true orb, I guess. So let's say we also have an array of vectors. It's gonna be the orb positions. You know, it's kind of annoying because we do have to reset it every time we spawn like new orbs. Which actually isn't that big of a deal because we need some point in our code anyway where like the boss is absorbing orbs, right? And as when he's absorbing, I mean, you can just reset the positions. So it's not a big deal. Okay, question is, can we still use this? I mean, technically we use the exact same thing. It's just that radius describes the distance of our orb, right? So as we could just have like a distance in here and do this. And by default it's just the radius initially. So we could do that. And then this way we only need to remember the distance because it's going to be the same for all. Unless we want to make them like random speed, but I don't think we will. Actually, it could be kind of cool if they like hit the boss like with some slight delay. It could be cool. But okay, it's some stuff we do later, maybe. Since we don't need positions, we just remember the orb distance. Or what could also be cool, we just pass in a number between 0 and 1. Right, because we have like the evil boss, we have like the small version of the boss, and it's just gonna shoot an orb along this line, right? Which we can kind of see as like some way of linear interpolation of the orb. Right, where it starts at 0 and it goes to 1. So we could also do that. And we could do some fancy stuff based on that value. Which could actually be a cooler way of doing it. Let's do that. Let's just say per default it's -1. If it's -1, we just ignore it. It's fine. So, when we shoot orbs, also, that also has the advantage. When we change our arena and we like change the radius, the positioning, the speed at which the orbs move will scale accordingly. Because we kind of just tell it a time and it's going to take that much time. So let's POG. Let's call it distance interpolant, because that's what it is. And I mean, all we really do... I mean, we just multiply by that, right? If not, then it's the other way around. Because this way it would start at the boss and go to the orb. To the outer thing. Which I mean we could also do. But nah. Nah. It goes from outside to inside. We just do 1 minus. So it goes from 0 to 1 from outside to inside. It's kind of inside by default because we have to add the NPC center. So if this is 0, it's just in the boss. Okay, so what do we actually do now? So we also need to know kind of like what wave we're at. It's kind of like the same. Actually, do we need to know? Does it really matter? Because all it does is like counting. What's 1? It doesn't even count, it just linear interpolates, right? Isn't that all it does? Wait, what is that? Is that actually a variable I wrote? Okay, what the fuck is the boss position at start of interpolation? Oh my god, it's for the bobbing. What the hell is that? Yeah, okay, we're not gonna look at that. It's like the big disadvantage if you do everything in partial classes. So everything we write here is in the same class as everything else. So we have like all these random different variables and functions that we don't care about. Which honestly may not have been the best way of doing it. But it still sounds better than all the alternatives I had. Okay, definitely want to learn. Actually, maybe we need to find a different dungeon than LARP. Maybe it should like go fast in the beginning and slow down towards the end. But okay, for now it's just a LARP. Oh, actually, what we can do, we don't do 1 minus, we just interpolate the other way. We just memorize 0 is boss position, and 1, actually let me do this. I don't know, outer position, whatever we're gonna put there. Yeah. Actually, we still need to put the radius in there, which we kinda don't, right? Times radius times interpolant. Beautiful. I really don't think there should be a one-liner. It's such a goddamn mess. But okay, it's my mess. So interpolate from 1 to 0. We kind of need to know the time. Okay. So we do this again. And then we do attack timer minus 1000. So we start at 0. Plus wave index times 333. Makes sense, right? And then we have some type of timer. Actually, no. Wait, minus 1000 plus... Oh, minus this. And then we divide the entire thing by 333. Okay, doesn't make any sense. So let's say it's the first wave, which starts at time 1000. So we do time minus 1000, so we start at 0. This is 0. Divide by 333 is, what, 0. Now if we had like 300 time. Okay, then we would be at 1300. Minus 1000 is 300. This is still 0. So 300 divided by 333 is almost 1, which is what we want. And if we had 1333, we do minus 1000 minus 1 times this, so we start at 0. I mean, I think that actually works. Which means I actually don't even need this. I just all put this in there, it's like 2 lines. Then we have for T, and we do this based on T. And then we actually need to draw them. Okay, but it is important that we only draw them if this interpolant is not -1. Very important. Because we're gonna have scenarios where we just want to wait and we just don't want to draw anything. What's rotation after color? Okay, so what if we learn rotation from what? Say 0 to pi, whatever. Just so we get like some movement in there. Based on the interpolant. And we do the same for the scale, but just gets a little bit smaller. Maybe like 0.2. Okay, let's see. Do we have something here? Okay, indicator phase is going to be as normal. There's no orbs now, it's fine. Then we should have orbs happening soon. We hit the dust cap, that's an issue. Okay, turns out there's no orbs. Actually, I know why. Because this one just keeps on going. But actually, no. Oh, we can't do equal. Because then we go up until 900. 900 divided by 300 is 3, but the highest index is 2. So we were actually just off by 1. That is tragic. Okay, I'm thinking for like the dust, what I'm probably gonna do, we spawn more dust, but we make it despawn every frame, or every 5 frames or whatever. So we have like these nice lines again, that we had for the Medusa head in the previous mod. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, now where's the balls? There are no balls. No balls. Wait, I don't even change the position. Wait, there should be orbs, but they shouldn't move. But I don't think they're there. Where's like the brightness tool? Man, I never can find sheet on this. This one. Any orbs? There are no orbs. Okay. I mean, actually, no, we use orb pause, which does use the interpolant. If it's not -1. Which I mean, it shouldn't be, because this one sets it. I mean, unless this calculation is completely off, which honestly could be. Wait, this is not integer division, right? There's no way. Oh my god, of course it's integer. Of course it is. But even then, it should be 0. So it should be 1. That shouldn't be the issue. But if that's not the issue, then what is? Also, why is it so bright in here? Would be kind of funny if it just doesn't draw the orbs, because we had like the dust cap. So it refuses to draw textures. That'd be kind of funny. Huh. Okay, so turns out we are calculating complete garbage. It ends at -3 and 4. Wait a minute, first of all, this distance interpolant. Actually, does that make sense? Actually, yeah, we do need this to convert from 0 to 1 to... Actually, no, we can just do 1 minus this. Then we don't need any of this, in theory. Okay, this makes no sense. So it probably makes more sense if we do a get lerp from current attack time -1000 I mean, actually, it's going to be the same thing now. Oh, actually, we do attack timer plus wave index times 33. No, it doesn't make any sense. Oh my god. Okay, let's check the previous approach again. Why didn't this work? Why doesn't this beautiful code work? So again, if you look at the most basic case, the first time we call this is if attack timer is 1000. So we do minus 1000. That's 0. Minus wave index times this. But it's going to be 0. And why is that? Because it's not. Okay. Because we also need to subtract this. It starts at 3 and no. So it should go from 0 to 2. But what it started doing... Actually, you know what? You're right. You're smarter than I am. Yes, it was starting at 3. Yeah, that was the issue. Yeah. Also, we also need to subtract 1000, right? And then divide by this. If that's what you meant, you're right. Yes. So it does explain a lot. Let's see. What do the numbers say? I mean, as long as it's not negative, we're at least making progress. Okay. Okay. Oh man, look at them. Oh my god, look at them. Wow. Aren't they beautiful? Ah, it's so nice. It is so nice. Okay, we have something. Cool. Also, I think they're getting bigger towards the boss, which means we kind of do the opposite. That's what it should be doing. And we still need to like handle collision with these though, because they're not NPCs or projectiles. Yeah, they do get bigger. Honestly, maybe I should make them projectiles. Maybe I should have done that, because then we could have just given it a constant velocity. It would have been so much easier. I don't know, man. Like doing custom projectiles, man, so much effort. But I mean, that way we would have them all in like a unique representation. And we can like easily change rotation and stuff for every single one. We should talk about rotation. I don't think we can see them rotate at all. Because they're so dark. Because I think we have rotation. But you just can't see. Unless I'm just blind. Oh well. They don't even spawn at the right spot. What? Just realized they're just black orbs. I mean, it's kind of what they're supposed to be, I guess. Maybe they're a bit too dark. Okay, but I also spawn at the right, at like the, what do you call it? The wrong spot. So it should be spawned right there. But I think it spawned like in the middle of the two, I think. Yeah. That's interesting. I thought it was the exact same position. Oh. Sure. And I'm really thinking if I should make these projectiles. I mean, I always wonder how much am I trolling if I'm not making these projectiles? And I'm literally just drawing textures and I do like the manual hitbox checking in like a loop of all the textures. Like, how bad is that really? So big, you have so much freedom doing that. But then next time I'm gonna use the exact same texture, I'm just gonna feel stupid. But on the other hand, it's such a unique thing. I mean, actually, we're probably going to use more orb-like textures in the future. Yeah, maybe we just make it a projectile, whatever. Projectile. We call it custom orb. Now, what do we care about? Do we care about a color? I mean, I guess that doesn't hurt. So we do need the collision callback. Time to appear, I guess it's nice. Current color. Wait, do we interpolate color? Why is this here? Oh, because it's appearing. Yeah, makes sense. Sure. Check collision defaults. Okay, the thing is though, if I make it a custom projectile, does it recalculate the hitbox? It should, right? If I scale it down. But actually, I think I'm doing it here already. Projectile center 1000? What does that mean? What the hell is that? What? I mean, it doesn't seem right. 1000 by 1000 hitbox, interesting. what do I also need a custom draw? I mean, it's probably because it was a sprite sheet previously. I'm gonna just hope I don't need that. Or that. Okay, let's just see what would happen. So here's the nice thing is, if we do this, we only need to go in here 3 times, just to like spawn the projectiles. So attack time mod 333 should be 0. Or attack time minus 1000. Which I think kind of makes sense. Also, this one should be 1999, right? Yeah, I think. Okay, so we just spawn the projectiles. And it's gonna be horrible, I can already feel that. Okay, and velocity. That's an interesting one. So we know the distance because of the radius. So shouldn't it just be direction? Direction times radius divided by distance? Or something? So direction times, let's say distance. Oh my god. I think I always have to recompute these 3 every single time, no matter what I do. Okay, what is a radius divided by distance, right? And it all broke. Cool. Oh yeah. And it's even worse. There it is. Boom. Okay, then with this, then we need the callback function. What did I call this before? On collision. And I thought, for now, I think we're just gonna print which op we're hitting. Which means I'm probably just gonna be so free and just code which type of op, like if it's a right or a wrong one, in like the projectile AI. Which is probably something you're not supposed to do, but I mean, who else is gonna use the slots, right? So just use AI1, which is gonna be question if I is equal to our border at I. Does that make sense? So I is the current op we're iterating over. Op order. No, at I is wrong. We need like the current wave. No. Honestly, maybe I should have studied other modded bosses more. I think there's no way people actually write bosses like that. There's no way, right? This is a goddamn mess. But I mean, it is the same computation though. We just divide. Right? Use integer division. Yeah. Oh. And then it's a bool. Okay, we just convert to int. Nope. How do I convert a bool to an int? Bool to int. Is there no easy way? But I think I did this before though. I mean, I guess we do it the casual way, sure. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, some of the bosses people make, I think they get close to like 10,000 lines, I'm gonna be honest. If you actually look at like some crazy modded bosses, like some normal attack patterns have like 500 lines alone. Because I mean, the thing with Terraria is, since there's like no multi-threading, you kind of have to specify a lot of things every single frame. So you have to be very explicit with a lot of things. But I mean, to be honest, you're also seeing it in the wrong way. You don't write this code for a game that's like over 10 years old. You write it for your mod that's a re-envision of the game, right? Like the game is kind of like your... It's like your canvas that you're gonna use to paint. And nobody cares if you're painting on an old canvas as long as the painting is gonna be beautiful in the end, right? It's just like your base you're working on. Maybe it goes a bit too deep, I don't know. Okay, but okay, that is clean enough, I think. Okay, so we just print. If the orb we collided with was like the correct one. One. Okay. And we also need to set the callback. That would help. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's like 10 different things that could break now. It's highly unlikely anything's gonna happen, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, it's left. Left, top. Come on, give me bottom. Give me all directions. And left again. Okay, whatever. Left, top, left. The orbs. Okay. They kind of lost their visuals. Oh, there's multiple. But I think it actually kind of works. And then I think this one is also 1. No, it's not. I mean, it's doing something. But okay, I'm using the wrong sprite, first of all. It's okay, we can fix it. We can fix it. It's not broken yet. It's not that bad. So we need this one here. And we don't want this one there. Call it, I don't know, the dark orb. Which honestly, now that I look at it, it looks so bad. Actually, we should give it the same name, right? That's how we do it. If you're a professional modder, I guess. Boom. So where did we put the color? There it is. Just to make sure it's the same thing. Boom. But okay, we have a lot of issues. First of all, they live too long. So we're probably going to manually despawn them later. But for now, we're just going to change the lifetime just so it doesn't look that awful. So time left is going to be 333, right? Because that's the time when the next wave comes. And the spawn position is still completely messed up for some reason. They like all spawn in different position for some reason. But I don't know why. Was this right, bottom, left, I think? Yeah, we need to fix the dust as well. This is 1, this is 0. This one should be bottom, but it's like rotated. You still have like the default ones there. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm gonna do with the dust. We're just gonna spawn more dust, but we're gonna make it despawn every frame. Which looks surprisingly good. Every 5 frames or something like that. But yeah, position is messed up big time. So like, how am I supposed to debug this? I mean, it does use the interpolant, which definitely is the reason. I think. I mean, the thing is, since we only get like the initial position now, we don't care about the interpolant here. We don't care about it anyways. It doesn't even matter. It's irrelevant. It's pathetic. So we should have it fixed, right? Okay, we have left, bottom. Can I get a right? We get another left. Okay, 2 left. And it spawns. My game crashed. Shit. Okay, that is my bad. Okay, we don't care about this for now. Doesn't matter. Completely irrelevant. Oh, actually, it did spawn a projectile star. Interesting. That is a slight issue. Okay, we have top into bottom into left. Okay, now watch this. Top. Okay, we touch it. We get a 1 in chat. This one is a 0. Okay, this one's also a 0. Oh, that's not good. Then we get a bottom. It's a 1. This one's 0. This one's a 1. Rest is 0. Okay. So they do despawn too early. Which is bad. That is not what it's supposed to do. And I mean, the time is right, I'm pretty sure. The issue is probably the velocity. I mean, we do radius divided by distance. Like, is that wrong? Wait, that is pretty stupid. Is that just gonna be... Like, that is gonna be 1. No? Yeah, because we take the opposition. Guess where the opposition is? At the radius. So this is always 1. So that doesn't make any sense. So like, how do I get the correct velocity that it reaches a given point after a certain time? And what is the math behind that? So we have 2 points. And it should go from point 1 to point 2 with a velocity such that the travel time is exactly this, in our case. So shouldn't it be distance divided by time? Or the other way around? Time divided by distance? No, distance divided by time, right? Because it's also like kilometers per hour. It's always like distance over time. You're in madness? Oh shit. Hope you guys fixed it. But I mean, it's not going any better here, man. I'm kind of lost right now. But I think I know what to do. Distance. Trust me. Distance over time. I believe in the metric system. Everything that the metric system has told me, this is where it all comes together. This right here. We have top, bottom. Top, bottom, top. Come on. Which one's gonna be one? Oh, they're way faster. Look how fast they are. They're zooming. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh my god. Oh, it's so nice, is it not? Oh my god. When the math is mathing, bro. Holy. Okay, so that's cool. Honestly, I'm starting to cringe. If you look, how many times do we use the number 333 and we don't have it in a variable? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times the same goddamn magic number. I think this right here is like a textbook example of what you're not supposed to do. It's so bad. Okay. Like, we just built a framework that works, not one that looks nice. We're gonna make it look nicer later, for sure. Now, we need something. What do we need? First of all, we need small orbs, because they are ginormous. So make them small. Boom, done. Then, second of all, what is like the easiest way of figuring out if you're messed up? I mean, of course, we can easily detect if we touch the wrong one here. But how do we detect that you didn't pick up the right one and it went towards the boss? I guess what we could do, which sounds horrible, but we could exactly 1 frame before they die, iterate over all projectiles that are alive, check for our 3 orbs, and check if one of them has in the air 1 slot or 1. Which sounds horrible, but I mean, it would work. But the thing is, I'm thinking that we anyways need to keep them all in a list and just iterate over them every single frame. Because I also want to change the scale over time. Can I make it call back to the boss? I could. But I'm thinking I mean, technically we could make a callback that it calls the boss, like in its last frame where it lives. We could also do that. I mean, I guess we can. Like, we already have like a callback on collision. Where is it? On collision callback. Which honestly, I don't think that's really what you're supposed to do. But it does work really well. So we may just do the same. Also, it doesn't matter how many projectiles are alive. It doesn't matter. The thing is, it would matter if you had a list. Right, and the number of projectiles changes in that list. But Terraria uses arrays for dust, projectiles, and so on. Meaning you always iterate over like 1,000 entries, even if they're all empty. So it doesn't matter if there's projectiles or not. Or you just make it so if you pick the wrong one, the right one, you can warn the boss. I mean, the thing is, I think I do like this callback idea. Because it's definitely cleaner. However, if we like want to change the scale dynamically over time, I mean, we still need to like keep them as a list and iterate over them every single frame. I mean, or we just change the idea and just don't do this with scale. But I kind of like the idea. I mean, if you look at it, we're probably going to scale them down a bit more. But I think if you have multiple of them going towards the boss and they're giant, I mean, they're bigger than the boss, it does look kind of weird. But I mean, look how massive they are. God damn. Wait, what am I printing? Or what is 1-1? Or what does that mean? What am I printing? Ah, okay, okay. I see. Yeah, I think we need a list anyways, no matter what we do. Just because of this scale issue. I mean, the thing is, in theory, we could code this into the projectile, right? And say in like your last half of your lifespan, you're just gonna get smaller. But it's just gonna make it so much worse to reuse in the future. If you have like all these different things and stuff. So honestly, I don't know what's like the best way of doing it. Like, if I was a good programmer, what would I do? I don't know, because I'm not. I think we just do the list approach, honestly. I think that's for the best. Now, I do hate it, but I think it is for the best. Okay, so we iterate over them when? I mean, every frame, right? Now, can we do a for each? We... Can we? We can if we make sure to remove them before, right? Actually, no, we can do this in here. We can just always clear the list. And then we put the new ones in. Okay, meaning every time we iterate over them, they do actually exist. Which actually doesn't work, because after the last wave, we're not going to spawn any new ones. So it may just change something of like a different projectile. So actually it doesn't work. I mean, actually we still need it in here, but we still need to check if they're active. Remove all that are not active. And then we can do a forge. Why does I always pick the wrong one, man? Okay, and I guess technically we also need the interpolar now. It's okay, we're just gonna recompute it based on distance. No biggie. And we're gonna have to do it 3 times. Because if I do it here, it may not work, because we may not have any orbs. We'll just do it 3 times. Whatever. Doesn't even matter. I wonder how many, like, good programming principles I'm breaking in this. I really wonder. I mean, at least I'm not really using any go-tos. So it's still somewhat readable, right? I know. Okay, we have the distance. And then we divide distance by radius. Which does make it start at 1. So do 1 minus that. Yeah. Okay, actually we don't even need to set the scale in here then. It's not really a point. Okay, and then we scale it. Let's say from 0.5 to 0. And let's say in the last half. So from 0.5 to 1 based on t. Okay, and then in here we can also check if the time left is... The thing is, I actually don't know what the smallest value is. If it prints at 0 or 1. Or if it, like, is still alive at 0. But okay, we can just print it. Oh. Hey Manic, hello, hello. Where'd I go? What do you mean? I'm right here. If you ask about the cat went to a vacation on the Bahamas. It's gone for a while. Got stressed out so much. Yeah. That is true. I mean, cats do have a hard life. Okay, bottom, right, left. Let's see. Actually, did not look at the number. But look how it's getting smaller. It's kind of cool. Also, I think I kind of touched it on accident. Okay, last number is 1. Okay. Good to know. So if it's 1, and the AI slot 1 has a 1, then player messed up. Boom. Prime coding. I think we're going somewhere slowly with the boss. Like, we're slowly getting to a point where we have like 1 minute of gameplay, probably. But yeah, I mean, we're getting there. I mean, it would probably be way faster if I actually knew how to properly code a boss. That would actually help a lot. But I also decided I want to focus more on like making a bunch of patterns rather than like polishing them. Because there is so much time I wasted on like small visual details that barely matters. Actually, you know what? I mean, I can show you because I'm looking kind of proud of it. Coding is hard. The thing is, it's not necessarily that the coding itself is hard, but it's like a mix of my structure being bad and the things I want to do are, what do I say? It's hard for me to envision how they are. So it's like a lot of trial and error. Especially with like visuals, which again I kind of want to cut down on time. But take for example this attack. Right, I mean it's cool, it does like little stuff. It's gonna spawn dust around me that indicates that a boss starts sucking on me. This dust, we set on this yesterday for I think like 2 hours. For no reason. 2 hours for this shit. But it does suck you in pretty hard. So that's cool. And then you go into like the other dimension, but you probably have seen that before. So yeah, that's kind of the reason why we don't have a lot of different attacks yet. Because I just waste so much time on like the most basic things. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, we need a counter. Number of, call it failed orbs. So we know how we can punish the player. Okay, So in this case, we just add it. Boom. And we may also like have some boss animation here, like some fancy dust, but we're not gonna do that today, obviously. On collision, I guess what we can also do, if we pick up the wrong one. Well, actually, what do we want to do if we pick up the wrong ore? Because I'm thinking, even if you like do damage to the player or stun the player, like you messed up one orb, like you're already gonna get punished for that. I don't know, let's stun the player for a second, why not? Just to mess with them. I have no idea what to call it. I did make a buff somewhere. The no movement debuff. What a fantastic debuff name. Does it even work like that? I don't think it works like that. If you miss one out, the remaining must fill the room with incomprehensible amounts of projectiles. That sounds fantastic. Maybe not that, but actually what I think I'm gonna do, the correct orb that's gonna hit the boss, it's just gonna spawn like a shockwave that does a bunch of damage. And if you miss the second one, I mean, it just wipes you. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Don't want to suggest. Yeah, it's a bit hard because it's a very unique boss. So I can't really blame you. Can I do dot type? No. I mean, the thing is, we're gonna need a lot of basic attacks later as well. That we're gonna like fit in between these mechanic phases. I kind of misclicked. Okay. Mod content dot buff type. I did get buff type. Okay. Buff type. Boom. And you can also do apply max health through damage. I don't know, 50%. I don't know, target first. Target 50%. Death reason so bad. Actually, no, it's a bit too much. But I mean, we can do it in here, technically. We could hit your height to work at McDonald's. That would take a long time to implement, I feel like. What if you have like a job resume jump scare? It just has like this big job application that I just pop on your screen. Holy. Yeah, it sounds really bad, right? But I think I still have a better idea than that. Do it now. I think what's way more funny, if I can make it that it looks like your game crashed, like it's not responding. We even have like the not responding window during like an intense bullet hell situation. And then like 2 seconds later, it starts playing normally. And you're just gonna sit there and you're gonna be confused. You're not gonna have your hands on your keyboard. And you're gonna get caught off guard. That's what I'm thinking. Which honestly is also something I did see in a different game. Can I see that? I think I remember what that was. Because I did actually fight this boss a couple times. Oh yeah, I found it. So it's this. I mean, we watched like a video about the third part of this game recently. Oh my, it's 360. How old is this video? 12 years ago. We're kind of fighting also this like bullet hell type boss that's all about dodging. Right, you're just dodging normally, nothing crazy. And then a crazy dodging section. And then, boom, sticky keys. And then it actually drops down and it's also gonna kill you if you don't dodge. It's kind of the same idea. Even though in this case, the sticky keys makes more sense because you just press shift a lot in that game. And nobody likes sticky keys. Job application will one-shot. I mean, of course it's gonna one-shot. Naturally. Of course. That's why it's so scary. Okay, if the number failed orbs is 1. Okay, it's a YouTube thing. We do big dam. Hey Pardigore, hello. Hello, hello. How you doing, man? So bad. So unfortunately, we're not playing any horror games anytime soon. But we're doing something that's even better. It's making the best boss this game has ever seen. Actually, I don't want to do this here. What we can do, we do this in the beginning. Else, if the number of failed orbs greater equal to, I mean there's no way it can be greater to, but whatever. We set the wipe timer to 0. We just call the wipe. Where is it? Wipe, do behavior wipe. The player is always vulnerable. Which is true. And we return. In other words, you are cooked. If this happens, you're cooked. Actually, we can't do this here. You will be cooked. Okay, let's see. We find a job application in an underground house. Wow. What a peak idea. Okay, so we have left. We have left top. Left top right. Let's see, can I collect those? Oh no, I got stunned. Oh no. Okay, taking big damage. Now we mess up one more. And he should get very angry. He does get very angry. And then we die. What a peak boss design. And then he's stuck in this forever. Because he's not supposed to be alive. Was an issue? What is the issue? What would that be? We're still scaling it down too early. We're continuing to take damage? Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? So we take damage twice. Right, we take it once. If we may fail one. Actually, we do take it multiple times. Oh. Yeah, that's an issue. That makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah, maybe we just don't do that. I mean, or what I think we could also do, we have another optional parameter for our wipe where we can specify the damage. And then after the mech is done, it just does the wipe and it does more damage based on how much you messed up. But okay, for now I think this is fine. If you mess one up, okay, sure. Nothing's gonna happen. Alright, Manny, bye-bye. Have a good night. Okay, we have that. Now, issue is, we obviously have nothing where the things come from. Right, I mean, there's nothing there. There should be something there. I mean, actually, instead of having, like, clones of the boss, what if you go for, like, some void portal type approach? It could also be decent. There's not that many options we have. I think there's only like the vortex portal thingy. Okay, we're not gonna spend hours on it. We're just gonna spawn it. Man, shut the hell up. Just gonna spawn it, and it doesn't matter how it looks. Trust. But call me crazy. But wouldn't this actually look kinda cool? If we kinda like fill out the middle? It's like a portal? I can actually see that. That could be interesting. Okay, you know what? Looking at it, maybe I could have just used the lightning orb. It's like the orbs. You know what? I think I will, man. This thing actually looks really cool. It looks way better than my orb, man. But I don't think it's that hard. I mean, we just use bucket fill. Okay, I was thinking about this. The vortex. I guess, bro. Why do you sound so negative? That's so. Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. You know, I guess. It's some enthusiasm. Is it the lunar portal? It's the same thing. Distracted. I see. No worries, man. You know, this is a big decision we're doing right here. You're gonna miss out on a lot if you don't pay attention here. Like, this decision right here may alter the direction of the boss. Okay, let me actually see for NPCs. Because the thing is, the portal, the normal Dungeon Defender portal, is an NPC. So there could be some other NPCs we're missing out on. Wait, Crimson Axe looks kind of cool. Or like a bunch of big skulls? Or like... Blazing Wheel? Yeah, I don't think that would be a good portal. Wait, Flock? Who the fuck is Flocko? What is a Flocko? I've never seen this thing in my life. What is that? A Flocko. Huh. Sure. Where am I? Yeah, right. I've never seen that. Okay, there's the portal, my beloved. This is like the only of its kind. Okay, so let's try and do the vortex portal. Not the vortex portal, but the lunar portal. Even though this one may attack, which could be an issue. I mean, let's just see what happens. So we determine the stuff here, and we just spawn the portals here. Okay, what is it called? Moonlord turret, of course. You know, the true and only Moonlord turret is of course the crystal staff. That is the only one. That is in my heart. Let's just set this to 2000. Sure. Now, is there any chance that it's gonna work or look nice? Let's see. Can't do anything insane. I mean, it's gonna happen right now, man. That's a bad time to go. Because we're gonna witness history right now. Boom. What at? Oh, what? Okay, they're kind of off. But they actually look really cool. And they don't do any weird stuff. They don't like attack the boss or anything. But where's the position so off? But they do look pretty cool. You like color them, make them a bit bigger. Actually, I didn't notice if there's like a despawn animation. But yeah, position kind of sucks. Alright, man, get some snacks, sure. Is there any chance they're like moving on their own? But I mean, they have no velocity, so... But for the indicator, we just take this as our default position now. I mean, same thing we do here. But do we have the angle? Oh, we don't even have the angle here. But that's an issue. Okay, that should be it. Then we need a bigger portal. Scale maybe like 3x. Oh, actually we can change the color. We can change projectile color. Ah, shit. And I wish there was a way. I wish, but I don't think there is. That's so sad. But okay, if the scale is big enough, that can make up for a bad color. Hey Mohamed, hello. Hello. How you doing, man? Okay, it's definitely slightly off. There's no way this is 3x scale. There's no way that's bigger. Also, I think the hitbox is completely broken. Okay, let's do 10x scale. Just to see if it actually does something. I mean, that's kind of the risk. If you have like vanilla projectiles, you don't know if they even use some of these parameters. Because if the game never needs them, why would they like use them? If they're always default. Yeah, they... Oh, you can't make them bigger, really? Shit. Okay, what if we pick any of the other ones then? So we also have these two. You know, they look the exact same. Vortex Lightning and Vortex. I guess we take this one. Why is it called the Vortex board? Okay, maybe that's more fitting. Oh my god, it's spotting enemies. Oh, so just instantly despawns. Because we still haven't changed the scale issue. We change it halfway. I think it should be like... Maybe at like 80%. It goes down. But actually no. We need to change the other one. This one. Yeah. I mean, there's no chance the lighting is gonna work. There's actually 0 chance. It's just gonna shoot lightning. Oh man. Oh my god, they're massive. Why are they so big? Okay, the hitbox doesn't seem to actually update. Fantastic. Which I mean, I wonder, is it actually because of this? I mean, this code makes no sense. Actually, I can just check the hitbox in here. I forgot about that. Okay, that's about what I expected. So it appears that the square is smaller than the circle. Which means it's a bad square. But okay. The thing is, I'm kind of starting to doubt myself. And making like dark clones of the boss may look even worse. Actually, wait, what is that? Nebula Blaze 2. That actually looks badass. I mean, I would take that. Can I take that? Can I maybe use that? Oh, okay. I mean, it kind of works. Holy, this thing is massive. Oh, they despawned. Are they despawning? Okay, how's the hitbox looking? It is the exact same as before. Very cool. I mean, it technically doesn't matter because we use the actual hitbox down here, right? Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. Good stuff. And that's what I should do. We just multiply 300 by our own scale. And turn to end. That should definitely give us the correct hitbox, right? So why is it the wrong way? It should be width height, not height width. But okay, anything else we can use? Not really. I mean, if we're very uncreative, I guess we could use the sigils and kind of make it that the orbs like spawn out of it. Like they kind of just grow and then they move towards the boss. I could see that working. But it's not ideal. I mean, I still like the idea of the Typhoon as a portal. And we kind of just need to like fill out the middle with something. And I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. The only annoying part is that it's a sprite sheet. Let me actually check the sprite sheet. Like, how many sprites does it have? Probably like 4 or 5. What is it? 4 or 9. It only has 3 sprites, okay. I'm thinking. Let me see, how would that look like? Okay, we have this. We need a new layer. Okay. And I mean, what I'm kind of thinking, if we just bucket fill this and make it more transparent. Like a lot of transparency. So you see there's something there, but you can still kind of like look through it. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's do this one. Sure. How do you bucket fill again? Oh, no. There it is. Boom. It doesn't work. This is not bucket fill. It is. Oh, but how does this program work? Is that like the wrong layer thingy? Oh, is it because I have stuff marked? Ah, ooh, look at that. I mean, it doesn't look that good, but it also doesn't look that bad. Now, if I can just change transparency, that would be cool. Where's transparency again? Oh, but I can just do it here, right? Ah, look at that. Okay. I would love to like use like gradients and stuff. I just don't know how this stuff works. Other stone. I mean, whatever. Can change it later. Okay, but I think it kind of looks like a portal though, right? Or am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, what do we call this? Typhoon, I guess. The typhoon. Holy. Okay, now look at this beauty. Wow. So crazy. Which means we need another projectile. I mean, at least we have this one, which already does animations and spreadsheets, so we don't have to look at that stuff again. Which is great. Okay, does it need a hitbox though? I don't think so. No, actually, let's... Sure, let's do it, just so we have it for the future. In case we want to do some fun stuff, where it's like pushing you around or something. Let's see, what are the dimensions on this? 68 by 204, okay. So 204 divided by 3. Is it 3? It's 3, right? It's 3. So it's 68 by 68, okay. I like those numbers. Okay, honestly, let's just see what's gonna happen. Like, how bad could it look realistically? Let's see. I mean, as long as it looks like somewhat bearable, that's a W. Holy god damn. Okay, definitely can't be that big. Definitely can't be that big. Okay, the hitbox is still... Ooh. So why is it starting so big? Things are massive for some reason. Oh, why though? Oh, because we don't clamp this, that's why, probably. Actually, does that make sense? I don't know. Actually, no, this has to be it. Because the normal warp goes from 0.5 to 0. Meaning this value must have been greater than 1. Because it was more like 2 or 3x. Okay, also portal, too big. Portal can't be that big. Actually, we still need to fix the hitbox. Like, the hitbox is so messed up for some reason. Okay, let's hope that looks better. Ooh. Okay, I'm not sure why the hitbox is also wrong. What do you mean? That's still kind of nice though, no? Also, the dust is also wrong. Ugh. Oh my god, hitbox is even worse. We're not even going in the right direction anymore. Oh my god, what is happening? It doesn't even despawn. What the? Okay, that's weird. But what is happening? The way they get smaller and just instantly grow again. Yeah, this is so messed up. I think I'm just making it worse. Hmm. Why is it so bad? But I actually kind of wonder the lightning orb, right? Okay, that's also animated. Makes sense. What is happening? Everything is breaking. That's what's happening. I'm getting very sad. But it actually also tells me the number of frames. I didn't even know that. I mean, man, the dust is wrong, like the projectiles are wrong, the hitbox is wrong, like I don't know what I did. Like they're not even aiming at the boss correctly anymore. It's just all broken. What if we got rid of this? Because I think that's when the hitbox is starting to break apart. And now they're just way too massive. But now they behave the right way. Huh. Okay, so tell me, just because I changed the hitbox, the entire behavior changed. Huh. That's cool. That's very pork. I mean, why can't I just scale it down based on scale? I don't even understand why it's not doing this automatically. I mean, I do actually need like this weird hitbox method. I mean, I do have it in here for some mystical reason. And I don't touch height and width anywhere. But it makes no sense if that actually works. I don't even know what this 1K by 1K means. It's the exact same hitbox and it still doesn't change. Man, that's why I don't want to do custom projectiles, man. Like, if I was just drawing a texture on screen, I would never have these issues. Never. But I know it's so scuffed to just draw textures and then do like all the collision checking and stuff manually. But I mean, look at this goddamn mess, man. I don't even know what's wrong. I just don't know. But okay, if we think about it though, isn't it logical to do something in a worse way if we can actually get results, rather than trying to making it the right way, but we can't figure it out? But if we consider this simple logical fact, what if I just never make any custom projectiles? And I only draw textures on the screen. Okay, sometimes we do need projectiles, like for some volatile attacks. Right, but I think for all these mechanics, it's like... I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to deal with that every single time. A mid-game is better than one that doesn't release, true. And I mean, we may still be able to release this at some point, right? But if it's like 10 years later and nobody cares about this anymore, I'm like the only person left making mods for Terraria, I mean, nobody's gonna play it. So it's also a factor. So even if you do release it, maybe it's too late. And I mean, a port at least works, so I guess that's cool. But okay, we can just put this back in. Boom. Oh. We don't have this. Ah! So, how do we do this now? I mean, we do have our orbs in a list. So we can just compute the distance, and based on that we get the percentage. Oh man, I think I need to get rid of half the code, man. This is such a mess. Oh man. Okay, but honestly, man, I think I'm getting a little bit cooked right now, so I think we're just gonna continue this next time. I think everything I'm gonna make now is gonna be just complete garbage. But okay, I think we have a decent framework. We have a decent idea at hand. I mean, if you think about it, what else do we really need in terms of functionality? Right, we just need a bunch of projectiles swirling around somehow, somewhere. We probably still need to figure out something about the portals. I mean, they don't look bad. I kind of like them, but I don't think it's the right use case here. So yeah. It is what it is. This one shouldn't take that long though. I think we're getting close. But yeah, anyways, I'ma call it here. Everything is tomorrow gonna be short. What day is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Tuesday. No. Tomorrow's gonna be normal. Same as always. So yeah. We shall call it. Have a good night, y'all. Thanks for watching. And I see you all tomorrow. Until then, have a good day, have a good night. Bye bye.